They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Decent start. It's the favorite Flight Control who edges out for the lead. I know you ain't talking to me on the far outside. Violent Vixen is towards the inside in third. A gap of 2 lengths to Kaz Music to the inside of Diva Banker, and a length back to Jolly Miss Jill, who's at the tail of the field. Up the backstretch, Flight Control leads by a length and a quarter over I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, who's pestering outside in second. A margin of 2 to Violent Vixen, who stalks in third. Kaz Music towards the inside fourth. Diva Banker's second last, 5.5, 6 lengths off the lead, and 3 parts a length to Jolly Miss Jill, who's at the back of the pack. They're on the turn. Flight Control, unopposed as of yet, has the lead by 2 lengths. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me coming under a ride in second. Violent Vixen sweeps up to the outside third. Kaz Music, red blinkers towards the inside fourth. Diva Banker and Jolly Miss Jill are at the back as they turn into the stretch. It's Flight Control, who's homeward bound, has the lead by about 2.5 lengths. Kaz Music's up the inside. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me attempts to re-rally. Inside the final furlong, Flight Control, Kaz Music, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, 3 wide. They come down to the finish. It's Kaz Music. Kaz Music bursting to the front. Kaz Music prevails. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me second. Flight King, challenge of the season. $2,500 will be up for grabs, in which the winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers. And they're off. Mommy Joe Dreams and Beauty's Bengal. These two motor out for the front end. Island Ride on the outside. Island Ride on those red blinkers takes that early lead away from Mommy Joe Dreams. Beauty's Bengal backs off the pace in third, 5.5 lengths off the lead. 3 parts a length to Red Butterfly in second last, and Shelley's at the back of the pack and about 8 lengths off the lead. Island Ride with a half mile to go leads by a length and a half. Mommy Joe Dreams, the 3 to 5 favorite, pressing outside second. A margin of 4 lengths to Beauty's Bengal in third. Shelley's picked up a spot in fourth. Shelley's now up into third, was last a furlong ago, and at the back is Red Butterfly. 2.5 furlongs to go in this race. Island Ride leads. Mommy Joe Dreams can wait no longer and attacks on the outside. Shelley draws closer in third, 4 lengths off the lead, and then it's Beauty's Bengal in fourth as they reach the top of the stretch. Mommy Joe Dreams in charge off the turn, now under some pressure, leads by a length and a half over Island Ride in second. Shelley is to the inside of Beauty's Bengal for third as they run to the 16th pole. It's Mommy Joe Dreams who opens up by 4 lengths over Island Ride as Shelley and Beauty's Bengal on the outside. It's Mommy Joe Dreams victorious. Beauty's Bengal second, close for third. Shelley or 40 to win. It's official. Daily double $20.80, exacta $11.60. 50-cent trifecta $5.40. Dime superfecta $2.30. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Storm and Sammy from an outside post who accelerates out for the front end as it Stars and Stones, who's in between horses in second. Hey Hey Harry kicks on through towards the inside in third. Dorothy's Happiness drops back, now is in last as Puckish passes that one. Up the backstretch they travel. Storm and Sammy has a clear lead. The lead's a length and a half. Stars and Stones in pursuit in second. Hey Hey Harry's in third. Puckish behind rivals in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. And a length back to Dorothy's Happiness, will circle up wide at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Storm and Sammy has the lead still by that length and a half over Stars and Stones in second, as it's Puckish who improves in third. Dorothy's Happiness outside of him, and Hey Hey Harry's at the fence near the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. It's Storm and Sammy who's homeward bound, has the lead by 2 over Stars and Stones. Hey Hey Harry's up the inside, up into a joint second, trying to get some coveted racing room in between horses. They run to the 16th pole. It's Storm and Sammy. Hey Hey Harry, Stars and Stones on the outside. 3 chances here as they come down to the finish. Hey Hey Harry surging late for the win. Close for second, Stars and Stones. $559.50. Trifecta 135, $41. Trifecta 153, $41.25. Dime Super 1354, $26 for a start. And they're off. It's Mind of Gold Coffee Futures, and She Loves to Move. She Loves to Move gets that lead. Bavarian Crem's in a hurry, who's angled to the outside in second. Coffee Futures third. Luna Loca towards the inside in fourth. Wabanzi able to thread her way through traffic up into second. Fidalia is the gray in that middle cluster. 2 more lengths to Mind of Gold, who's gravitated towards the inside to run in seventh. Devilee's in 8th to the inside of Sabrine, and 2 lengths to Ouch, That Hurts, who's at the back of the pack. She Loves to move on top. The lead's 2 lengths over Bavarian Creme. Outside, stalking in second. Coffee Futures outside third. Bonzi fourth. Luna Loca towards the inside in fifth. 6 places. Fidalia, Mind of Gold in seventh. Sabrine's in eighth and 11 lengths off the lead. Devily's in second last, and ouch, that hurt trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. She Loves to Move has the lead, but the lead's only a half length as Bavarian Creme now grabs that lead. Luna Loca is swung into action on the outside, and then it's Coffee Futures, Mind of Gold at the fence in about fifth, 16th to go. It's Bavarian Creme on top by a length and a half over Luna Loca, who will be second best to Bavarian Creme. Third place, Mind of Gold. Fourth, She Loves to Move. Number 1, Gringotts. Exacta. Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 4 Wagering. Ball in the gate. And they're off. A stumble at the start there for Isle Storm, who's last. It's Special Pal and the Shoe Lady. The favorites are first and second early on. It's Tumbles and the Green Blinkers, who tracks in third. Gringotts improving up the inside, up into a joint third. Followed up by Love Thyself, 3 wide fifth. Balenciaga Betty, 4 wide sixth. Mrs. Bell behind rivals in second last. And 2 lengths to Isle Storm, who's at the tail of the field. A Shoe Lady has the lead over Special Pal. It's Tumbles in a stalking position in third. As it's Gringotts is in the white blinkers towards the inside, up into a joint third. It's Love Thyself, 3 wide fifth. Balenciaga Betty's in sixth. Then 2 lengths back to Mrs. Bell is to the outside of Isle Storm, who's near the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. The Shoe Lady and Special Bell are first and second. Gringotts is up the inside third, and then it's Love Thyself is on the stand side in fourth as they run down to the final furlong. The Shoe Lady's on top, and the lead widens to 4 lengths. Special Pal is all out. Gringotts at the fence, and then it's Love Thyself, 16th to go. It's the Shoe Lady. The Shoe Lady draws clear to win convincingly. Gringotts second, third Special Pal, fourth Love Thyself. Time Super, $9.45. 50-cent pick 3, $65.62, and the early pick 5. 5 of 5, 7. And they're off. It's Gimme the Money who sends out for the lead. Emerald Forest displaying speed. Mr. JT's outside of him. Here's Bobby the Tank splitting horses going to the outside of Gimme the Money. Only a length off the lead. And then it's Looking Supers towards the inside. 3 off the pace. A half length back to Devious Banker, who's about 4 lengths in front of Fiery Heart. And a space of 5 to Civil Service, who's at the back of the pack. Gimme the Money has the lead. Emerald Forest challenging outside second. Mr. JT 3 wide third, a gap of about 4 to Bobby the Tank, and Looking Super fourth and fifth. 3 more lengths to Devious Bankers, a length and a half in front of Fiery Hearts, and then a space of 8 lengths to Civil Service, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Give Me the Money, Emerald Forest, Mr. JT first, second, and third. Looking Super behind rivals in fourth. Will have to pick a running lane to go on through as they run down to the final furlong. Emerald Forest has headed Gimme the Money. Looking Super is in between horses, and late on the scene is Fiery Heart on the far outside, 16th to go. It's Emerald Forest and Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart surging. Here's the finish. Close photo. Winning Mutual. Daily Double, 25.20. Exacta, 31.40. 50-cent Trifecta, 57.50. Dime Super, 41.40. And they're off. A picture-perfect start. It's Sandy's Garden who's barreling out for the front end. Sweet Anniversary accompanies that one on the outside second. True Empress towards the inside in third. Good Night and God Bless tracks mid-pack in fourth. Then 3 lengths to Erosa's Girls to the outside of Champagne Surprise, who's at the tail of the field. A race to the half-mile pole. It's Sandy's Garden who has a lead by 3 parts of a length. Sweet Anniversary rates in second. True Empress within striking range in third. 3.5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Good Night and God Bless, who's coming under a busy ride in fourth, and then a margin of about 6 lengths to the trailer. Erosa's Girl and Champagne Surprise. 2.5 furlongs to go. They're lining up 3 abreast, and True Empress with a 3-wide bid going from third up into the lead. Sandy's Garden second. Sweet Anniversary now shuffled third. Good Night and God Bless outside fourth as they turn into the stretch. Sandy's Garden tries to kick on, but it's True Empress on the outside. True Empress with the neck in front of Sandy's Garden with 1 furlong to go. Sweet Anniversary's in third. third. Good night and God bless in fourth. 16th out. It's True Empress who opens up. True Empress is going to be visiting the winner's circle, scoring by 3. Sandy's Garden second. Sweet Anniversary $9.50. Dime Super $25.60. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Jayla, and number 9, Gate. And they're off. Decent start, investment grade, tasty wave, and laughter. These are the 3 quickest early on. 40 smooth up the inside in 4th. A length and a half 2 to Let's Maga in 5th. And then in 6th place, Sweet Invasion, who's to the inside and Make a Joyful Noise. And 2 lengths to Trivia, who's at the back of the pack and about 10 lengths off the lead. The top 3 within a length of each other. As they go on to the turn, investment grade, laughter up the inside. Tasty Wave is 3 wide, and Tasty Wave is up into second. Investment grade, shuffle third, then 3 lengths. Let's Maga cut loose on the outside. 4th, 40 smooth towards the inside. 5th, Make a Joyful Noise is in 6th, and 10 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Trivia is out of last, and 4 lengths to Sweet Invasion, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Laughter who cuts the corner. Tasty Wave drifting out wide. Let's Maga's on the grandstand side. These 3 are well clear of the rest. 1 furlong to go. It's Laughter nearest the inside, who has a lead by a length and a half. Let's Maga second, and then Tasty Wave in third. 16th out. It's Laughter and Let's Maga. Laughter clinging to that lead. Let's Maga to the outside. Laughter, Let's Maga. Oh, that's close. Between Laughter and Let's Maga, 4-292.50. Pick 5. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise as we play our national anthem? Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A special Thursday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track is listed as good. Track was sealed. A little bit of rain in the area overnight. Got about 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, late work for number 1, Confirmed Genius, June 21st, Finger Lakes, 3 furlong, sloppy surface, 37.30, breezing. Second race, no changes. Third race, number 4, Lady Quinn, jockey change to Emmanuel de Diego. Emmanuel de Diego on number 4, Lady Quinn. No apprentice allowance. Make the weight 122. Fourth race. Scratch number 6, Stone Guitar. Number 6, Stone Guitar, a scratch from the 4th. Fifth race. Scratch the 6, Red Fortress. Scratch the 7, Ring Good. Scratch the 11, Rainer. Red Fortress, Ring Good, Rainer, 6, 7, 11 out of race number 5. Late work for number 4, Uncle Marty. That was up on the screen. June 18th, 4 furlongs, Finger Lakes, 51.1, breezing. Number 4, Uncle Marty is a gelding. Number 5, Raw Courage, is 4 pounds over. Race number 6. No changes. Race number 7. Got a couple of jockey changes. For number 2, Resistance Futile, make the jockey Michael Davila Jr. Michael Davila Jr. on number 2, Resistance Futile. And for number 5, Not Today, Governor, Caber Koa. Caber Koa on number 5, Not Today, Governor. 8th and final, scratch part of the entry, the 1, CJ's Grand Slam. That's part of an entry. Number 1, CJ's Grand Slam's out of the 8th race, the penultimate race on our Thursday card. Sorry if I said that was the last. Got a late work for number 3, Gandy Dancing. Workout at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs, 49.30, breezing on a fast surface. 9th and final, jockey change. Number 1, Central Love, to Jose Ventura. Jose Ventura on number 1, Central Love. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Right now, it's a good surface. Track is sealed. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Hope everybody enjoys this day. The weather's a little unpredictable today of how it's going to go here because it did rain just a little bit this morning. See, they do have the track sealed, probably right on the borderline of wet, fast, good. Just a little bit of rain, but there is a chance that it's going to clear up here, and then they could possibly open the track and we could get to fast. Or there's a possibility we'll get some of the thunderstorms coming through. So you got to keep an eye on how this weather is because, especially the later races, I handicap for a fast track because it is supposed to hold off. It's supposed to clear up later, but there is, of course, chance of rain in certain areas of western New York. So it'll be interesting to see how you look at this card because there are a few horses today. Either they perform well or don't perform well on off tracks, and that could be a big factor. Looking at yesterday, man, big day for John Buckley. Congratulations to him. 3 wins on yesterday's card. He's off to a pretty good start this season. He's got that banker Blaney who just re-entered. I think that was going to have a good shot to be the first 4-time winner of 2025. He's already a 3-time winner. Also yesterday, how about True Empress? You talk about a horse for the course or a horse for the track. True Empress didn't hit the board when going to New York, comes back here, runs a dud, and then beat some of the best. I mean, I know the horse of the year scratch, but she beat the rest of them, some of the best sprinters on the ground. True Empress just needs Michael S. Ferraro, it looks like. 8 wins in 12 Finger Lakes starts. Just needs to be here with trainer Michael S. Ferraro, who also won a couple races on yesterday's card. Man, and True Empress ran down a lone speed of Sandy's Garden too. It was just a big effort. And she is the top mare here over the years, ever since before it was Gone and Forgotten. Now it's True Empress. Of course, also the new horse of the year didn't get to run against her yesterday. Talk about Sweet Brown Sugar. What a year she had last year. So we do have some really good fillies. We got good horses here overall. You got Jack and Bernie stabled here as well for the boys. Okay, we do keep going with our claiming series. If you're not familiar with those, horses accumulate points as they go through these claiming races. And then we have the finals where you get a big purse at the end. Obviously, you're at risk for the first couple legs of these claiming series because unless you're eligible for the waiver claim. But that's why it's fun. And these claiming horses have a chance to win a big purse, something like $25,000 or something like that at the end. I would have my horse go in there if I had a pretty good claimer. But then you got sprints and routes for both the boys and the girls. Well, this is one of them. Unhinged Iron. I'm not sure what that is, but Exacta Tri Super, no, I think it was a pretty good claiming horse back in the day. Exacta Tri Daily Double Pick 5. That's the mandatory payout for that Pick 5 starting here in the first race. And you know, it could come down to how this pace flow goes and how this track plays. Yesterday, if you're watching yesterday's races, inside speed was not that good. Speaking of Michael S. Ferraro, he had that one, the Shoe Lady won as the inside speed. And then the last race, that horse that was tons the best was life or death to hold on because stayed on the rail the whole way. Probably would have won by a lot more if it wasn't on the rail. But yeah, the rail was, inside speed was just not that good yesterday. I'm expecting it to change, getting a little bit of rain today. And of course, we got the track sealed right now for the first race. With that said, you got to talk about Bonfire Diva as the speed stretching out, and she has gone long before, and she's won going long before. As far as any other speed, yeah, you got Confirmed Genius, who wasn't as fast in a sprint, could probably keep up with her in a route if she opts to try to show a little speed. And same thing with True Destiny. True Destiny has more route speed. But obviously, Bonfire Diva is the quickest early in this race. But how quick does she have to go early to hold off Holiday Jazz? I mean, Holiday Jazz off of the last race, looks like the horse to beat in the route. She didn't want to go with sprint the race before. She got beat by Bonfire Diva. But in the route, she just absolutely dominated. Now, obviously, she beat a much easier field than this one, and she did it on a sloppy racetrack, so it doesn't matter. And it's not like she won on an off track before, so it just didn't stop her from winning last time. So she doesn't mind an off track, which is not like she's an off track lover either. She's just, if she gets her trip and runs the same race, she's going to be awfully tough again in this race. Again, if Bonfire Diva can clear early and get out there in reasonable fractions, and the inside speed's a little better than it was yesterday, she's dangerous. Don't love her last race, but as it turns out, you just can't beat Kaz Music in these starter allowances for the Murph. I mean, Kaz Music has won 3 in a row against the starters. So she's not winning by a lot, but she just keeps winning, and she's that good right now for Tim Murphy, who's having a great season. But Bonfire Diva is the speed here. It's just a matter of carrying her speed the whole way, and she has before. She's won at this specific distance. Confirmed Genius, not sure what her tactics are going to be. She also stretches out to a route, and she's been long before too. But she couldn't beat Bonfire Diva in the sprint last time. But again, it'll be a different pace scenario in a route than it is a sprint. Even though she does have sprint speed, she just didn't show it at all. She didn't break all that sharp, and never really in it last time. And that was 5 furlongs. That was her first race over the track. Now she gets a little bit of a break since that race. She was running against tougher at Parks. She could be any kind here stretching out, and he's got to respect Murphy's going good right now. 2-6-1. All right, second race, a maiden race for fillies and mares, going 6 furlongs. Yeah, Miss C. Banker ended up being DQ'd for the victory last night for an infraction that happened earlier in the race. And she did turn out to be best in that race. She comes back for the same main special weights, although these are 3 and ups. That was a restricted 3. These are 3 and ups. So you do have a few of the older horses. So you could say, in that sense, it's a little tougher than the field that she just beat. But she should come back and win. She's got to go a little bit further, 6 furlongs. So I'm looking for some vulnerability, and that could be it. So I mean, there is a little more vulnerability here if you're taking a short price. But she does look like the horse to beat off of the dominant maiden win. She's going to run back in the condition because of the DQ and the mishap that happened in that race. Now, if you're looking for somebody to beat her or how you're going to play it underneath, as far as odds are concerned, Lady of Mercia is good odds in here at 6-1 morning line. The race before, she ran against the boys when running on a sloppy racetrack back on May 21st, and actually ran pretty well. She beat a couple horses in there. I mean, she wasn't a threat to the winner, but considering it was the male competition, she ran pretty well. Last time, not the case, but she was never really in it. She didn't break all that well. She got caught wide and chasing, and that was that strong speed bias where you needed to get to the front, and she was unable to do so, and that led to her undoing. So I think you could draw a line through the last race of Lady of Mercia and use her today, and she could be dangerous at a little bit of a price. Another one that you can make excuses for would be the 3, Chaos and Karma. Again, she hasn't hit the board in 3 starts, but the 4th place finish that she had was a speed favoring track. She's actually, I got her double against the bias. So the last 2 starts, she's against the bias. So she had the speed favoring track 2 back against World Bank, and then who got loose anyway. World Bank Occasionette just ran 1-2 around the track. And then the last race, Queen's Cat sent out there to get the lead. And this one was never really in it wide chasing. I guess, sometimes you get these strong speed bias and these closers. Not only do they not have the chance to win, sometimes they just fade and then call it a day. And it does go first time Lasix for this race as well. And Chaos of Karma, I think, was 11 horse field last time. She didn't fire. Shorter field today. I think she's a big threat with a good bounce back effort. I'm going to go with 6, 1, and 3 in race number 2. All right, third race is an allowance race. It's a non-winners of a state bred going 6 furlongs. Got Emmanuel Di Diego on the 4, Lady Quinn. Yeah, this is a pretty competitive heat here. I mean, how good is Camus? Camus really showed her stuff last time, going 22 flat and kept going. But it's going to have some pace pressure, you would think, with Lady Quinn in here. Then and she's stepping up in class. Hypnocurrency is just as good underneath horse, which she always fires. Lady Quinn, she's got the option of whether she's going to try to stay close or try to go with Camus. She's actually shown a little more speed in the past. I think the horse coming off the turf. Talk about John Buckley with the 3 wins yesterday. But her dirt form is good enough to beat these. She was running in the lifetime condition. She won the 3 lifetime going a route. Now, she doesn't have the sprint speed, so she's got to kind of hope that nobody gets loose in here and she could close some ground going turf to dirt here. I think she's just better than these. She was running against much tougher allowance races at Aqueduct, so she should find this one state bred a lot easier than those one other than. If you're getting beat less than 5 lengths in the one other than in New York, you should win the one state bred here. That's the simple logic, and that's the case for Intentious. She's got to win at the distance as well. I think she'll be tough in here. And speaking of Michael S. Ferraro, had 2 wins yesterday. Troubled Luck won a claimer going short of 5 furlongs, and why that's important. Not, I know it's easier, but she did close going 5 furlongs, and that's why it's important considering she was coming out of route races. You don't often see that, so she was much the best. She moved into the one state bred and just followed the leaders, chased after She's a Freud in that race, and again, she didn't run that badly. Just didn't change positions. It just wasn't the right kind of pace flow for her. So she's another one. She's got to hope Camus and Lady Quinn and some of the speed comes back a little bit in race number 3, and that's the key to the race. And Hypnocurrency has not been worse than 3rd over the last few starts, and 3 of them in the one state bred condition. So, and those races aren't any easier than or tougher either way than these races. That makes you think, why can't she be there again against this field? So going to go with a 1-3-2, but it is a wide open 3rd race. You can make a case for Lady Quinn, who ran good in the condition, and Camus is the tricky one. She's won 2 in a row, and she'll get tested stepping up here. If she can get to the front and shake loose, she could be dangerous as well, especially if this track changes. All right, kind of a significant scratch in the 4th. We scratched one of the speeds, the 6 Stone Guitar. It's a 5,000 claimer. Numbers of races to date or never won 4 races. And it's just a matter of a drop down in here. I guess his form the last couple races isn't as good, but it is in New York against open 10,000s. Talking about can't beat me. The only downside I have on this horse, he's never won here. He's 0 for 12 at Finger Lakes, but he does hit an all-time low, dropping to 5,000. But it does scare you away a little bit if you're backing this horse. But class-wise and numbers-wise, he should be able to beat these, considering who he's up against when he was here at Finger Lakes in the past. Maybe he can break that 0 for Finger Lakes streak that he has. As you see, talk about True Empress, loving this track. This horse thus far hasn't liked this track, or it's just been in too tough. The one Victory Belt could be the inside speed, helped by the scratch of Stone Guitar. Should be out there with Production Credit, and possibly New York Riesling. There is some pace in here, even with the scratch of Stone Guitar. And, Victory Belt didn't show his speed in his last start, and that was a long time ago. I mean, this horse has not run much. You got to go back to November of 2023, and he's had one start in 2024, and that was in June, and didn't fire. Maybe the rest has done him good because you see the works for the return now for Julie Smith. So she's taken her time with this horse, and maybe, just maybe, the rest and having the one start, sometimes that's a bad thing from a fitness standpoint. Sometimes it's good for refreshing and a horse feeling better. This horse was a much better horse than a 5,000 claimer when he was here before running against allowance horses. But again, fitness is going to be a question when you only run once in 2024. Otherwise, if this horse had a race this year, I would have took him on top. He's a better horse than these, but with only one race since 2023, I'm still going to give him respect to put him second. Almond Cider, and here's one of those question marks about off track or fast track, because where are we going to be with the weather in race number 4, and that's the key for Almond Cider. Obviously, on his form, he has not performed well on off tracks, and that's important when we're right on the borderline of whether we're going to get some more rain, whether this track's going to be fast or off at any point today. Well, that's very important for a horse like Almond Cider, who just did not fire at all on an off-track last time and really hasn't in any of his off-track starts. Now, it could be other variables involved in there, why he hasn't in the past, and maybe it's not as bad as it looks, but I'm just going off paper what he's done in the past with off tracks. Now, if it is drying out, we get closer to fast, this horse obviously plays. Look at the numbers on him and look at him compared to this field. He could be a strong player in here. So I'm going to go with a 2-1-3, although, a horse like Victory Built could be any kind without much activity, but does have good works. All right, we're going to continue with the Claiming Series race. This is the North Warning Claiming Series, so it's the route race, this one for the boys. Remember, they're accumulating points for the finals. So then they're going to try the route again. We did have 3 scratches, Red Fortress, Ringgood, and Reiner. I'm taking a shot, and again, layoffs are a concern, but if you got a trainer that will win off a layoff, it's Michael S. Ferraro. I just think Beta is a better horse than this field. He's able to come back for the waiver claim. No, he wasn't looking good at the end of the year last year. I don't know why he tailed off, because he beat a really good field, including Steiner and Royal Suspect. I liked him that day, but again, he likes an off track. Well, he was life or death in the slop to win when last seen, but it was a stablemate that ran second, and that was his only time running for 5,000, and at least he won. But again, he was tailing off at the end of the year. Now, again, he does step up big time on an off track. He's still better than these horses in the past on a fast track. He's running against classier horses. I think the bigger question in the off track is really fitness. He hasn't raced since November. But if there's a trainer, again, the works are good. If there's a trainer that can win off the layoff, going long here, Finger Lakes, you don't see too many horses do that. It's going to be Michael S. Ferraro with a horse that is just simply better than these horses. Winning Drive, yeah, he's going to be tough in here. Just missed against Olazabal and should have won. I mean, got the worst of the trips. He's all over the place when they around the turn, and the slow start didn't help at all. He had all kinds of excuses in that race to not beat Olazabal, who turned back and took advantage of a strong speed bias to come back and win. But that horse is pretty sharp right now. And Winning Drive did have a fitness edge on that field, and that's why I liked him and everybody else liked him, and that's why he should have won. But he didn't. You got to get the trip sometimes, and you got to get some racing luck, and he didn't. So I think it's really a question. A couple of these horses, the other ones I liked were Beta off the layoff. Uncle Marty hasn't had a route since September. So fitness an issue of those two. So in a sense, Winning Drive does have a fitness edge on his main rivals in this race, like he had last time. So a better trip could get him to the winner's circle. I got him for second. Yeah, Uncle Marty at 8-1. I mean, this horse might be overlooked a little bit in this race. Should be listed as a gelding, very well bred. This one's by Uncle Mo out of a dam by Bernardini. Did win last time going long here at Finger Lakes and probably needed the last race. And then you look at the race he comes out of, it's going to be a well-graded race because Emerald Forest came out of that race. That one was in for the waiver claim, that race as well, but came back and won, stepping up in class yesterday. So makes the race look better, and he's only 6 lengths beaten by that one. Busted Pietri's in there as well, and that one should be tough in the last. So Uncle Marty, looking at his route races, he should be awfully good in here against these horses. Again, fitness might be a question. It's the first time going long. He did get the sprint under his belt, the first start off the layoff. But he's a little bit of a price, at least right now. Another horse that's a big price, that could be a little dangerous based on back class, would be the 10, Honorable Avenue. Is off the claim in February. Again, it's one here, is one allowance races, a few. I guess the one downside for Honorable Avenue is got a lot more seconds and thirds than victories, but he does run pretty good against some tough competition, has so in the past. This one's changed hands a few times. O'Callahan had this horse. Before that, Mark Tasso had this horse. And was it Ronnie Breed had this horse way back when? I think they bred the horse, the parent, or Carl Bird is. But Dean Avenue is one of the horses that was trained by the Breeds. But Honorable Avenue is one of those good ones out of Dean Avenue. Still eligible for the state bred conditions, but I think going in these 5,000 claiming races and being eligible for the waiver claim could be dangerous here in the 5th. If he runs his race. All right, 6th race. It's 11-9 maiden claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. Pace flow is going to matter in here because they were all chasing 2:30 a.m. when they ran this condition going 6 furlongs back on June 7th, because I'm really keying on here the two speeds, really, Deputy Tremont and King Spirit. King Spirit not really showing anything that day, not showing any speed. Obviously, it was a day that the inside was good. It was, and the horse that was the inside speed was 2:30 a.m. So Deputy Tremont is pressing on the outside, and the horse that passed him for second had an inside trip up the rail. So the rail was really good on June 2nd. So it was a 1-2 rail number that day. Now again, he showed good speed on the dirt, that race going 6 furlongs. So my guess is he's going to probably get the lead in here in a relatively paceless race. I don't want to say, some of them do have some tactical speed, but there's no strong speed types in here. King Spirit was chasing Banker Blaney, the one that I mentioned earlier. So, that one's got a little speed and just couldn't keep up last time and, was acting up before the race. Maybe that's why. But Deputy Tremont might be the one to get the lead in here. There's not much speed showing on paper. So I'm going to use this one on top, thinking that he's going to get the lead. King Spirit, if you can draw a line through the last race, and maybe you can, you got to look at the race before. I know it was only 5 furlongs, but he was chasing Banker Blaney all around the racetrack and still held on to be second. Banker Blaney is going to be a 4-time winner. So, and that's the 3 and ups. So really, only 2 starts this year at Finger Lakes as a 3-year-old, and one of them was the dud. So I think he can run a better race today, shortening up. You look at the pace scenario, not a lot. The other one would be Dream Along With Me, would be the other one that's got speed. At least he showed it last time, but it wasn't like he went that fast. He went 23-2 to get the lead, so I'm not so sure that one's got much speed either, but if nobody really is aggressive here, So I think Deputy Draymond might be able to get the lead from the positioning that he's inside of King Spirit and Dream Along with Me. Rev Parker won't be that far back, you wouldn't think. I mean, he was when last seen in October. He drops, and that's the big thing. I mean, he's dropping from facing the special weights from last year. He's dropping out of better races. I mean, you think of Deputy Draymond and King Spirit, the race that they come out of really was more of the inside speed carrying the winner, but it was also a made special weight drop. But that was restricted for 3-year-olds. So Rev Parker, now at age 4, was going against the older horses as a 3-year-old last year. So he might be the one that's coming out of overall the better races, but he hasn't run since October. So you don't know what to expect from Rev Parker. But his numbers are better than these. He has had a lot of chances, though. Once you get 11, 12, or more starts as a maiden, it's hard to have faith in them. I'll throw in Burning Money. That's the other one that drops. I pretty much got all drop downs in here, dropping the slight drop to the 11 to 9, and understandably so. It's not that strong a field for the 11 to 9. Hard to really like anybody. I don't know what Palmissimo is going to do. It didn't show anything as a 2-year-old, but who knows? That one, they paid $55,000 as a yearling. That could be any kind. That hasn't shown anything, but you know, Burning Money was kind of against it that day too. I mean, he was outside further back, trying to close on that inside day. So I think you can forgive that effort. The previous 2 starts, he's running 4th. So technically, he's not really out of it either. You got to think that he could be in the mix as well, especially if the pace comes back. But again, his main issue today is really there's a lack of pace in race number 6. Lack of any quick pace. You expect a 23 quarter. Depending on how quick this track is once we open it up. 7th race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. I thought by far the toughest race of the day. I mean, I'd want a bunch of them if you're playing picks, because you got all these drop downs. I mean, we're not talking just slight drop downs. You got horses dropping from the sky, allowance all the way down to the bottom, the give up move. Skylar's Artemis, 4 Eyes, Resistance, Futile. I think that's a Star Trek thing. So you got 3 of the 8 rivals, not just dropping from allowance races. What do you do with that? Well, I'm going to take the horse that's been in 5,000. Maybe that's how you got to look at it. Maybe there's a reason that these horses take such significant drops. I mean, there is a good chance that one of these big drops are just going to be better than these 5,000 claimers. There could be a strong case of that. But I kind of have my question marks when you see this time of year making that kind of a drop. You're not able, when you're making a drop like that, obviously you're not eligible for any kind of waiver claim. You're giving up on your horse. As if anybody claims it. I'm going to go with 7th race Shake, though. The horse has got good form against the 5,000s. Ran a good seconds, got some good off-track breeding, so even if it's still wet by the 7th, it shouldn't hurt. And just was stuck chasing. Didn't break all that sharp, was trying to come up the inside, and just got beat by a horse that got the jump on him more than anything. So the race before ran a pretty good second. Behind Keegs in a race very similar, but that was shorter, 4.5. So further today, 6 furlongs. No excuses today for 7th race Shake. It's just a matter of are any of these drop downs better? The other 5 horses that's been in for 5, Vaunted was in for the waiver claim last time, and I think he's, in a sense, he's better than some of these allowance horses when he's on his game. I mean, he was running against 11 to 9s and allowance horses, was dropped. Maybe in a sense was caught jamming at the end for the waiver claim and came back for the waiver claim. Might have needed the race. Chased a little bit, got a little bit tired, and looked like a horse that needed a race because he got a little bit tired in the late stages and then backed up. But he was in the race all the way around. So second start off of the layoff for Vaunted, I expect him to run better. Now, as far as some of these drop downs are concerned, you got Skylar's Artemis, who broke his maiden for 10,000. So I guess it's not that out of question drop. They only tried winners once. It was going a mile. You'd like to see him try again. It's an interesting move, though. That's always been my pet peeve when you take a big drop and you make an equipment change. Well, if you win, was it the equipment change or was it just because you are against easier competition? So, never liked that. The other thing was, I think it was me and the late Alan Hettinger always agreed on this one. They never would do an equipment change off of a win. And now it's kind of a thing everywhere. But that you don't know. I mean, so I'm not sure about the equipment change. Maybe it'll make a difference here for Skylar Artemis, whether this horse wins or not. But I think the biggest thing is the drop from the allowance level. Yeah, Four Eyes ran fourth to Storm and Sammy, going 4.5 just a couple races ago. Then ran into Freedsdale. I mean, those are some legitimate allowance horses that this horse has been up against. He's not competitive. He's not winning the races, but he's not far behind either. That you got to think the drop helps. Same thing with Resistance Feudal. I'm just surprised that one drops off of a pretty good third behind King's Leap. Why are they giving up on that horse as well? So big drop downs makes the seventh race very, very tricky. I'm going 4, 6, 7, 3, but I might use Resistance Feudal in there as well because that one drops too if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s. All right, scratch the one part of entry. CJ's Grand Slam out of race number 8. Yeah, what was it? The distance for Sutton's Breeze last time? Is that what we're going to go with? Why this horse kind of regressed? Or was it the sloppy racetrack? Either way, the previous races for Sutton's Breeze beats this field. Well, Broken Hearted beat him last time, but maybe Sutton Breeze beat himself that race as well because he didn't run the same number that he ran the 2 previous starts. So what do you expect from Sutton Breeze today? At least he's shortening up. If you're going to use the excuse that it was the distance 6 furlongs, maybe you can like him today. And I'm going to do that. Maybe I'm going to take him today at 5.5. Maybe that's going to make a difference moving back shorter and we can forgive the last ever. And it's not like he ran horrible, but he didn't run as good as he ran the previous starts. 10-time winner. He started off the season going good. Maybe he can bounce back here. Nutsy's an interesting one. It was claimed back by Ilmar Loaiza and the Salvados after a victory from off the pace and then just got beat by the pace and the speed bias last time. Elizabeth, who didn't even figure to be the speed in the race, the other pace didn't really get out, and Elizabeth took advantage, shot to the front end, and just blew the field away. So any closer really had no chance against that strong speed bias. So I'd give him another chance today if the track's playing fair, because there's plenty of pace in here that he's going to have something to close on. And maybe he can at least turn the table on Elizabeth, who crushed him in that race. But I have a feeling it wasn't just Elizabeth crushing him. It was really ended up lone speed on his strong, very strong speed bias. He could be that good now, though. Elizabeth I'm going to throw in third off of the big effort. He hadn't shown that yet, and he should have been beat by Winning Drive the race before, but maybe he's just getting better and getting acclimated to Finger Lakes and could just come back here and win. I mean, the money really showed on him that day, and he did get some good fortune when the other speed didn't get out there, but he did blow the field away in 111 and change. I'll throw in Broken Hearted. I mean, Broken Hearted beat Sutton Breeze in that race going 6 furlongs. Can he do the same going 5.5? Why not? He's going good right now. Got to use him in the number. Another one you can't leave out. In a pretty good starter allowance 8th race. Yeah, see, I thought the 7th and 8th races were the two that you might have to spread a little bit if you're playing picks and stuff. Those were the two more wide open races where you can't really narrow them down. Okay, last race of the day. It's not winners of a race since a date or never won 4 races. Well, Bussa Pietre got some bad luck in his return race. He broke in the air, It probably cost him the race, maybe. And what makes it look better, considering that you could say, well, if he broke it, he probably would have won. Well, the horse that did win came back and just won against the 11 and 9s. I'm not going against Busta Pietri on those facts. So I'll use him on top. He's 7-2 morning line. He's not the favorite. If he breaks better today, he's going to be tough. I mean, you look at Emerald Forest yesterday. Would Emerald Forest beat this field? The answer is yes. And it took a bad break for Emerald Forest to beat this horse. It's that simple. Heads or tails could be the main threat. He's right outside of him. He ran second, just got out closed by Peruvian Boy, where they just kind of backed up, going 5 furlongs. And that was his first start of the year. So you can make a case that this horse is going to improve off of that race. So would have the best shot to beat Busta Pietri. Actually, he's favored morning line over Busta Pietri. So it's not like it's an upset. But I have a feeling Busta Pietri will probably be the favorite in here. But heads or tails would be the best shot to beat him. And he does have some good tactical speed that he can use from the outside. Another one that may have a chance, if he can run back to old form, is the 2, Beach Boy Al. And in the past, he's just been better than these horses. He was in for the waiver claim last time. Maybe he needed the race. Maybe it was a sloppy racetrack, but he usually loves an off track in the past. Gets in light here. He gets the weight off with our new apprentice rider, Alexa, how do you say the first name? Alexa Marie Cintron. Good luck to her. She just joined us. She was, I think, riding. I've heard some good things that she's really good. So the weight advantage is really going to help with Beach Boy Al. But the big thing that would help with Beach Boy Al, if he could return to his form that he's had in the past. So I'll use him third. Throw in American Gentleman for fourth, but obviously that horse wants to go a lot longer than 5.5 furlongs. We'll wait for that one to go a route before we take him on top. Anyway, enjoy today's card. Keep an eye on the weather, because the weather is going to really affect some of these horses later, because there are a couple horses that absolutely hate off tracks. There's a couple horses that step up on it, and yeah, it could be the difference of winning or losing in those races. Well, this is a rare Thursday card. We're going to go back to our regular schedule after today, back to Monday through Wednesday. So next live racing card will be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post.
Coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1, Confirmed Genius and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 2, Holiday Jazz and Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, In Traffic with Jeremiah Flores. Number 4, Quiet Horizon, Christian Navarro. Number 5 is True Destiny, Andre Worry. Number 6, Bonfire Diva, Kaber Koa. And number 7 is Miss Pab and Alexa Marie Cintron. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is good and the track is sealed. About 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go a mile 70 yards. Track is listed as good for the opener. Track sealed as well. A little bit of rain overnight. Here in the Finger Lakes region, Holiday Jazz. Current favorite at 6-5. Quiet Horizon. The gray True Destiny. Bonfire Diva. Miss Pab to the outside. They're all on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes, and it's Bonfire Diva who's sent to the front. Confirmed Genius hustle towards the inside in second. True Destiny in third. Then a couple lengths or a length and a half to Miss Pab in fourth. Followed up next by In Traffic in fifth, Holiday Jazz in second last, and Quiet Horizons at the tail of the field and about 11 lengths off the lead as they circle around the first turn. It's Bonfire Diva who has the lead by a half length. Confirmed Genius draws closer in second. Miss Pab, Light Blinkers in third. To the outside, a True Destiny in fourth. A space of about 6 lengths to In Traffic, who's about 3 parts of a length in front of Holiday Jazz. And then a gap of 3 to Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. Less than 5 furlongs to go in the opener, and it's Bonfire Diva who leads by 2. Confirmed Genius gets the reins, shake it at her in second. Another couple lengths to the gray. True Destiny in third. Miss Pab's outside in fourth. Holiday Jazz, In Traffic, making rallies up the inside, 5th and 6th, and 5 lengths back to Quiet Horizon, who trails the field. Entry into the far turn. Bonfire Diva has opened up by 5. Confirmed Genius drops back. Holiday Jazz in the midst of a rally. Holiday Jazz 4 lengths off the lead, and then a couple lengths back to True Destiny is about 10 off the lead as In Traffic claims 4th. It looks like we're down to about a couple here as they reach the top of the stretch. Bonfire Diva, the first to face us, comes off the turn by 3. Holiday Jazz trying to cut away at the margin in 2nd, and then a few more lengths back to In Traffic in 3rd. 1 furlong to go. Bonfire Diva, the lead's 2. Holiday Jazz now inhaling ground on the outside. Bonfire Diva, Holiday Jazz. Holiday Jazz has got her. Holiday Jazz wins again. Bonfire Diva 2nd, In Traffic 3rd, Confirmed Genius 4th. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Holiday Jazz. New York bred. 7-year-old chestnut mare by First Samurai out of Alma Llanera. Owned by CB Thoroughbreds, Ronald Breed Jr., the trainer, Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Teneri Farm and Bernardo Calderon bred Holiday Jazz. It's official, $370. The winning mutual, exact $11.80, 50-cent drive, $15.37, time super, $5.82. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Post time in about 19 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
Okay, horse in the paddock for race number 2. No big surprise of the first. Just a question of whether Bonfire Diva could hold off Holiday Jazz. Just got a little bit tired right before the wire, and Holiday Jazz was able to pass her to get the victory. That's 2 in a row for Holiday Jazz. Michael Davila for Ronnie Breed Jr. Second race, maiden race of fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. Probably going to get a short price favorite in here. Miss C. Banker just won last time against restricted 3-year-olds, but ended up getting disqualified for a mishap that happened down the backstretch as she came over, causing a horse to clip heels. So she ended up getting her number taken down, but she still is eligible for the maiden condition. And this race didn't come up any tougher, even though it is for older horses. So she's obviously the horse to beat off of the convincing victory last time. Other horses to consider, or maybe consider for second and third, if that one does run her race. You look at Lady Immersia, who ran against the boys when running in the slop and ran pretty decently, ran fourth, and then last time just never really in it. Had a lot of trouble during that race, plus was against the racetrack. So a lot of things went wrong. So you can forgive the last effort for Lady Immersia. She could be a price horse to use for second. And maybe KS of Karma goes first time Lasix. She's got every reason to improve. She's double against the racetrack. She was against a speed favoring track 2 races in a row trying to close ground. So she should be closer against this field anyway, because it is an easier field than that 11-horse field that she was up against last time and never really in it. So she's at 9-1. As you see, most of them are going to be higher odds because the 6 Miss C. Banker is going to be such a short price. She's right now at odds of 2-5. Spa City Zip also broke poorly in her debut. She didn't take any money, though, that day. See if against an easier field she'll be closer with a better start against these as well. So that's another one to consider. If you're playing exactas or tries, if you're taking Miss C. Banker on top, or if you're trying for an upset, maybe the best shot at upsetting her could be Chaos and Karma or Lady Immersia. Exacta try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 6 minutes to post.
Want to thank and welcome everyone from Capital OTB that's here at the races today at Finger Lakes. fillies and mares coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Lady of Murcia and John Barrios. Number 2, Flying Destiny and Laird Bailey. Number 3, Chaos in Karma, Joel Cruz aboard. Number 4, Sweet Carol James and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 5 is Spa City Zip. Luis Perez partners up. And the current favorite, number 6, Miss C Banker. Caber Koa is the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and mares at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6. Maidens to go 6 furlongs, 3 to 5 on number 6, Miss C. Banker, 5 to 2 on number 3, Chaos in Karma. Flying Destiny going up. Half the field loaded up. Sweet Carol James next into line. Spa City Zip in the green cap. And Miss C. Banker. Cabercoa to the outside. Spa City Zip is in. Miss C. Banker. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A stumble there for Sweet Carol James. It's Spa City Zip who jets out for the front end. Chaos and Karma challenges up the inside second. Miss C. Banker outside 3 deep in third. A gap of about 5 lengths back to Sweet Carol James in fourth. A length and a half to the gray Flying Destiny. And 2 lengths to the trailer, Lady Mercia, who's at the tail of the field. Spa City Zip and Chaos and Karma. These two in tandem with about 3.5 furlongs to go. A length and a half clear of Miss C. Banker in third. Then a space of about 7 lengths to Lady Mercia kicks on through, now taking fourth from Sweet Carol James, and Flying Destiny is at the back of the pack. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Spa City Zip has the advantage right now on Chaos in Karma. Miss C. Banker 3 wide into the stretch in third. Lady Mercia in those white blinkers in fourth as they turn into the stretch. Spa City Zip a little bit erratic in upper stretch, has a tenuous lead. Chaos in Karma is next. Miss C. Banker 3 lengths off the lead in third. Lady Mercia fourth. 16th to go. Spa City Zip, Chaos and Karma. Spa City Zip with the lead close to home. Spa City Zip victorious over Chaos and Karma. Miss C. Banker third. Lady Mercia fourth. 5361. Spa City Zip, your official winner, paying $22 to win. To the winner's circle, number 5, Spa City Zip. Second career start, a winning one. New York bred. 4-year-old will be filling by Breaking Lucky out of Girl Gone Zippy. Two Lions Farm owns. Rachel sells trains. And Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Harry Landry and Two Lions Farm bred Spa City Zip. Double $37.20, exacta $86.50. 50-cent try, $57.87. Dime super, $31.35. Third race from Finger Lakes, jockey change of number 4, Lady Quinn to Emmanuel de Diego. No apprentice allowance, make the weight 122. Post time for race number 3 in about 18 minutes. Don't forget, New York Derby Day is July 14th. $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Also on the card, the $75,000 New York Oaks and the $50,000 Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. We'll have that popular Bet and Get promotion here at Finger Lakes on track. Wager $10 to win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race to receive $10 back in gaming free play. There'll be a live racing program for you on the house on Derby Day and some great dining deals as well. Don't miss it. New York Derby Day, July 14th, here at Finger Lakes.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 3, and a little misfortunate at the start for Miss C. Banker, broken a little bit of a tangle and forced to chase a little bit, and it was Chaos and Karma and Spa City Zip who were battling it out on the front end, and when they did 115, they're not coming back, and Spa City Zip was got the better of them. Man, 115, well, that's the slowest time of the year so far, but doesn't matter when they cross the wire first. Louis Perez for Rachel South. So we go to the third, an allowance race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in this race. And looking at some of the numbers in here, as far as the odds, the 1 Intentious at 2-1. Lady Quinn getting some play as the early favorite at odds of 4-5. Keep in mind that horse does have a jockey change. The apprentice, the top apprentice of the country right now, is going to be not here. So Emmanuel Di Diego will pick up the mount. 122 is the corrected weight, so no apprentice allowance. Start with Intentious. She's coming off the turf. She was running a couple turf races in New York, going long last time. So she returns to Finger Lakes, where she did have some success. She did win 3 times. All 3 of her career wins have been here at Finger Lakes. So she's yet to run on an off track. But she did win sprinting, and she should get a good trip from the inside. The 3 Troubled Luck is another one that should be close. She chased home She's a Freud last time at 5.5, so she'll go a little further, the same distance that she had won a claimer her previous start. And now she'll stay at the allowance condition, and off the second place finish, she's got to be considered. Now, Lady Quinn is getting played here mainly because of her liking for the off track maybe, but keep in mind that's a drying out track that we should be opening here within the next couple of races. So not sure if you want to completely handicap for an off track here, but she did run third last time, and her numbers are good compared to the rest of the field, and yes, she has performed well on off tracks in the past. The outside speed is the 6 Camus. Camus at 9-2 has won 2 in a row, so she'll get tested here as she steps up off the 5,000 wind. She has taken advantage of some quick tracks, but she went a quick first quarter to get the lead last time and see if she could sustain the speed against a tougher field, moving up to the 1 state bred condition after running against $5,000 claimers. So it is a pretty competitive race here from top to bottom. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the Pick 4 starts with the third.
Coming on the track for the third race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Intentious and jockey Kevin Navarro aboard. Number 2, Hypnocurrency and JM Rohina. Number 3 is Troubled Luck, Luis Perez. Number 4, Lady Quinn. Jockey changed to Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Flattery's Music and Rafael Rohina Jr. And number 6, Camus, Caber Coa, calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Third race offers a pick 4 wager. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6. Allowance race going 6 furlongs. 3-2 on number 4, Lady Quinn. 5-2 on number 1, Intentious. Intentious, the first into line, loading up for race 3. Troubled Luck. In the black and teal, worn by Luis Perez into line. Lady Quinn. Flattery's Music. And Camus to the outside. Riders off, Intentious. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a competitive start. It's Camus and Flattery's Music. The outside two setting out for the lead, but Camus has lots of early speed and able to cross and clear. Third place belongs to Lady Quinn, and then it's Troubled Luck who's in between horses. Hypnocurrency fires through at the fence up into third, and then about 7 lengths to the trailer. That is Intentious. Camus with a half mile to go has the lead by a length and a half. Flattery's Music, her nearest pursuer, in second, as it's Lady Quinn who charges up to the outside third. Hypnocurrency shuffled fourth. A length back to Troubled Luck in second last, and 3 lengths to Intentious. It starts to get a little bit closer at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Camus on top, the leads 2. Flattery's Music now coming under a busy ride in second. Lady Quinn goes wide. Hypnocurrency's at the fence. Intentious trying to find a running lane as Troubled Luck is outside of her. They got 3/16 to go, and Camus bursts clear by 6. Open lengths. Intentious now gets that clear running room and is now making it up a lot of ground on the outside, but time is running out. 16th to go. Camus by 3. Intentious surging late. Intentious, an impressive turn of foot to able to collar Camus for the win. Hypnocurrency was third. Close for fourth. One 6-2, and a photo for fourth. Intentious stops the clock for 6 furlongs and 112.74. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Intentious. Now 4 for 7. Lifetime at Finger Lakes, New York bred. 4-year-old dark brown filly by Solomini out of Pumpkin's Pride. Windy Lee Farm, owner breeder. Jonathan Buckley, the trainer. And Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. It's official. $6.40 the winning mutual, double $108. Exacta $24.40. 50-cent try, $31.12. Dime super, $22.15. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch the 6 Stone Guitar. Post time in about 19 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
All right, fourth race coming up. Pretty impressive effort by the winner there. She got all kinds of trouble. She was far last early and then moved to get into contention but got blocked behind horses. Kevin was able to get some room and come rolling late and ended up catching the loose Camus in there. So Intentious proved much the best. Another pretty good John Buckley trainee. Remember, he won 3 races yesterday. He's keeping it going with Intentious to start off the early pick 4. Looking at the fourth, it's a 5,000 claimer. Now wins a race since a date or never won 4 races. And yeah, we got a scratch of the 6 Stone Guitar. Kind of a significant scratch, as was one of the pace types in here. We do have a drop down with the 2 Can't Beat Me. Not the best of form when at New York. Was running the 1 state bred here. I guess the one downside is he hasn't won at Finger Lakes. He's 0 for 12 here, but he hasn't seen this level either. So he drops to an all-time low, catches a pretty suspect soft group here, and might have a slight edge on this field. 7-2 is the price on him. I think the public's kind of looking, what do you do with this horse? He has a 1 here. He's in for 5, though, and that's a significant drop. The long shot in here is the 1 Victory Build. I guess fitness will be the question with Victory Build. He's only had 1 start since 2023. It was June of last year and didn't do too well in a soft condition where he was in for the waiver claim. Well, he's able to come back for the waiver claim again and does show some good works for the return. Again, not much competitive action for Victory Built, but this is a horse with a lot of back class that maybe the time off could have done him well. But he also could need a race. We'll find out. He's a 10-1 as the inside speed. The other speed would be the 5 Production Credit. Production Credit actually does step up on an off track. His overall numbers are better with the off going. Gave it up last time on a fast track going 5.5, but did get some early pressure to get the lead. Again, it's all a question of how sharp is Victory Build early, whether Production Credit can zip out to the lead or not, because Production Credit does have some good early speed, but so did Victory Build used to. But I say used to because you don't know how sharp he's going to be off of the break. Almond Cider's an interesting one because it depends on how much this track is drying out. Quite a difference in times of the last 2 races. Of course, much better field in the third, but they did 3 seconds faster. So we'll see how that keeps to play out. But Almond Cider has not performed well on off tracks, but certainly has the numbers and the times to run with these and is getting some play at 4-1. So maybe it's drying out enough that this horse will run okay, but he has not run well in the past when it comes to the off-going. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with race number 4.
On the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes, here's your field. Number 1, Victory Built with Stephen Frett, the pilot. Number 2, Can't Beat Me with Hemon Harkey. Number 3, Almond Cider, Christian Navarro in the irons. Number 4, McDonough, Jose Ventura. Number 5, Production Credit with Emmanuel de Diego. Scratch the 6, number 7, Norgay, Luis Pena. And number 8, New York Riesling, Alexa Marie Cintron in the saddle. That's the field for race number 4. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple of minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Victory Built will be the first to load up. Eight to 5 favorite number 3 Almond Cider. 5 to 2 on number 7 Norgay. And 3 to 1 on number 2 Can't Beat Me. Almond Cider into line. McDonough. Production Credit. And after that, Norgay and New York Riesling. New York Riesling going in. Norgay will be the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Can't Beat Me, McDonough, Production Credit. These 3 go out for the lead, but now it's McDonough and Production Credit who are the first 2. Victory Built is in that middle cluster with Can't Beat Me and Norgay. Almond Cider is only 3.5 lengths off the lead in second last, and New York Riesling will be stacked out wide at the back of the pack as they get ready to make the entry into the turn. It's McDonough with the lead, Production Credits in second, Norgay outside in third. Can't Beat Me along the inside in fourth, then in fifth. That's Almond Cider, a length to Victory Built, who's a half length in front of New York Riesling, who's only about 5 lengths off the lead. They got a quarter of a mile left to travel. It's McDonough and Production Credit who's dropped back. Norgay's the challenger on the outside. Second, Can't Beat Me's looking out for some racing room. Will attempt to get the split. There's room there for Can't Beat Me if good enough. They got 3/16 to go. McDonough set down for the drive, but it's Can't Beat Me. Can't Beat Me alongside. Norgay, Almond Cider outside third and fourth. 16th to go. Can't Beat Me has wrestled that lead away from McDonough, and Can't Beat Me will draw clear late. McDonough holds second over Almond Cider. Then it was Norgay. Number 2, Can't Beat Me first. It's a photo for second. 5.5 furlongs, 106.20. 2437. Can't Beat Me to the winner's circle. New York bred. 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Temperature out of Chloe Bear. Owned by Paul Barrow. As well as the trainer is he. And Hemon Harkey. The winning jockey. Kingsport Farms. Bred Can't Beat Me. 740 the winning mutual. Double $25.60. Exacta $158. 50-cent trifecta $147 even. Dime super $79.10. 50-cent pick 3 $81 even. Did have a claim from the fourth. The 2 Can't Beat Me. Bernardo Mongol III, new owner. Marissa Monserrati, new trainer. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 6, Red Fortress. Scratch number 7, Ring Good. Scratch the 11, Rainer. Post time for race number 5. In about 21 minutes at 2:59 p.m. Make your plans to be here at Finger Lakes on July 21st for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. That's right, $2,500 will be up for grabs, in which the winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers get prize money. Challenge consists of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate. The first free handicapping challenge of the season here at Finger Lakes on July 21st.
All right, in the paddock for race number 5, and yeah, can't beat me on the drop in class. The drop was enough that the horse was able to close and get the victories. McDonough almost stole that race at a big price, with the other speed not really getting out with him, and that would have been a big surprise if that one would have held on. But the drop down was able to catch that one at the end. We're part of the claiming series here in the 5th. This is the North Warning claiming series. Now, North Warning was one of those horses that probably has multiple track records, because we used to run something like 2 miles back in the 70s or something. But yeah, very well named for our route races. This one starts the late pick 5. Remember, 9 race cards, so we're going to start that pick 5 with the carryover. And we'll start off looking at the 2 Beta. We'll go with the Beta because Beta is the horse off the layoff, but does like an off track. Actually, the last couple times this horse has won has been on off track. So, I mean, wasn't that impressive last time when dropping to 5. Was life or death to hold off his stablemate, Red Fortress, but did get the win that day on the sloppy track. So comes back for the waiver claim, but is off a layoff. You don't see too many horses win going long off the layoff here, but if somebody does, it'll be Michael S. Ferraro, and Beta is just better than these horses, so certainly deserves a look. Another horse that's in a little cheaper than normal is Honorable Avenue, is getting some action on the outside. Right now, the early favorite, well, he was running against allowance horses, did have a tendency to run second a lot. We'll say that about Honorable Avenue, but he always ran well. 15 seconds in his 58 starts, 12 of them here at Finger Lakes. Dropped to the bottom at Penn National, didn't run well that day, but comes back and is able to run back for the waiver claim. Catches a pretty soft group, and he likes this track, and he certainly doesn't mind an off track as well. He's run some big races with some fast fractions when we've seen him here before. So Honorable Avenue is certainly not out of it. Remember, Mark Tasso had this horse for a while. So did Carl O'Callahan, was the one who claimed him and won a race with him as well. Always got to be looked at for 5,000 because he has run against tougher. Look at Winning Drive. Winning Drive with a rough trip last time cost him the race, and Elizabeth actually came out of that race and turned back and won, but Winning Drive should have won that day. Had a fitness edge, and the start and kind of a rough trip cost him the race. Tougher field today than the race he comes out of, but he may have a fitness edge on a couple of the main rivals, talking about Beta and Uncle Marty, who'll be going long for the first time this year. Uncle Marty, he's 6-1. He should be better on the stretch out going long. Very well-bred horse. Should be listed as a gelding today, but notice he's had 2 starts here at Finger Lakes now, and the one start he won was the route coming in here from New York. And he did run well at Aqueduct. You look at last winter in February, he beat a pretty good field that day. So he's certainly capable and does have some class that you got to consider him. Last time going long for 5,000, he won. No stretch out for the first time today. Another one to consider in race number 5, the North Warning Claiming Series. This is the first leg of it. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with this race. Stretches 6, 7, and 11.
Horses coming on the track. Fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Scratches 6, 7, 11. Here's your field. Number 1, Colton Goes and Stephen Frett. Number 2, Beta, Luis Perez. Number 3 is Kodiak Brown and Andre Worry. Number 4, Uncle Marty, Kevin Navarro aboard. Number 5 is Raw Courage, Michael Davila Jr. Number 8, Pot of Gold and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 9 is Winning Drive, him and Harkey aboard. And number 10, Honorable Avenue, Joel Cruz, the rider. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, miles 70 yards. 9-5 on number 2, Beta. 2-1 on number 9, Winning Drive. Pot of Gold going up, Winning Drive. Honorable Avenue to the outside. Field of 8 to go, a mile 70 yards. Ready for a start. And they're off. Decent beginning. It's Beta, Uncle Marty, and Pot of Gold who all send out for the lead. Colton Goes has a foothold at the fence in 4th. And then it's Honorable Avenue will be stuck out a little bit wide. And then it's Kodiak Brown, who's in 6th and about a half length in front of Raw Courage, who's about a half length in front of Winning Drive, who's in about the 4 path around that first turn at the tail of the field. It's Beta with 6 furlongs to go as they transition to the backstretch. Opens up by a couple lengths, now 3 lengths over Uncle Marty, who rates in 2nd. Pot of Gold is outside of him, up into 2nd. And then in 4th place, that's Honorable Avenue, a space of about 4.5 lengths to Colton Goes, who runs along in 5th. And then it's Kodiak Brown is in between horses. Raw Courage 3 wide, 2nd last. And Winning Drive is at the back of the pack and about 11 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Beta. Pot of Gold picks up another spot in 2nd. Honorable Avenue's outside in 3rd. Uncle Marty drops back in 4th and about 13 lengths off the lead. Raw Courage is next. Winning Drive is getting on track from the back of the pack, but still about 14 lengths off of the lead, and the lead is Beta's. Beta comes into the stretch, has the lead by double digits over Pot of Gold in 2nd. Winning Drive's on the grandstand side in 3rd, and then in 4th, Honorable Avenue. 1 furlong to go. It's Beta. Beta has a substantial lead, and the balance here is between Pot of Gold and Winning Drive, but it's Beta. Beta will record his 11th career win. Winning Drive gets 2nd. Pot of Gold 3rd. Honorable Avenue 4th. 29810. Number 2, Beta first. Back to the winner's circle. Number 2, Beta. New York bred. 8-year-old dark brown gelding by Alpha out of 7 Deadly Sins. Louis Ferrari is the owner. Michael Ferraro, the trainer. Luis Perez with a riding double today. Sequel Stallions New York LLC and Louis Ferrari bred Beta. $3.90 the winning mutual. Double $23. Exacta $12.20. 50-cent try $6.65. Dime Superfecta $4.65. Pick 5 of 5, $376 even. 6 race at Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Post time at 3:28, 19 minutes to race number 6.
All right, coming up on race number 6, and Beta's just better than those horses. Was able to get the lead, and despite the layoff, still was able to keep going. Doesn't mind a little moisture in the track either. Louis Perez for Michael S. Ferraro. Okay, 11-9 maiden claimer is the 6. It goes the distance of 5.5. We'll start the late pick 4. Start off with the 3 Deputy Tremont. Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in this race, and this one was chasing the winner, 2:30 a.m. 2:30 a.m. was on the rail on a very good rail day, and the Deputy Tremont was outside trying to press outside. It was a horse that ran second, came up the rail as well for a double rail exacta, so this one running third wasn't a bad effort at all. Plus, it was the first race over the track after running in the Topeka at Gulfstream. So hits the dirt here, gets a little moisture in the track, see how he handles that. But there's the fact that there's a lack of pace in there, that this horse might be able to and get the lead on King Spirit and Dream Along with Me, who figured to be the 2 other ones, to have a little bit of early speed. Mentioned King Spirit. King Spirit just didn't fire last time. He was acting up before the gate. Wasn't anywhere near Deputy Tremont in 2:30 a.m. and just wasn't the same horse that ran second to Banker Blaney the race before. I mean, Banker Blaney, he finished second to. That horse is already a 3-time winner this year. So if you could just forgive the last race for King Spirit, he makes the same exact drop as Deputy Tremont. They come out of the better race. Those 2 look awfully tough in here. They're 6-5 and 5-1 respectively. The 4 Rev Parker comes off the break, and I think some of his maiden special weight races last year are better than these 11-9 maiden claimers today, and he's been competitive. Well, he's had his chances as far as on the win end. He's making the number a lot against arguably tougher maidens last year, so I don't think he'd be a big surprise here, even though he's coming off the layoff. He's running better than some of these horses. It's a drop in class. Wouldn't be a big surprise, but is a little cold on the board at odds of 10-1. And the other drop down is the 1 Burning Money. Maybe a little more of a reach as far as his form the last couple races. He was running against restricted 3-year-olds, so it's not as big a drop. But he was against the track too. I mean, the last race he was against these same horses, talking about Deputy Tremont and King Spirit. They were both in that same restricted 3-year-old race, and he finished behind him. But he's got a little more of an excuse against that inside track, because he's trying to close outside. Now he goes basically outside to inside, and maybe he'll be a little closer with a slight drop to the 11-9. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in race number 6. You have 4 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Burning Money and Andre Worry. Number 2, El Bombi. Christian Navarro aboard. Number 3, Deputy Tremont, Luis Perez. Number 4 is Rev Parker and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Forest Manager, him and Harkey aboard. Number 6, King Spirit, Jeremiah Flores. Number 7, Dream Along With Me, Nazario Alvarado. Here's number 8, Awaiting Trial with Kevin Navarro, the jockey. And number 9 is Palmisio and JM Rohina. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 maiden claimers to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 6 to 5 on number 3, Deputy Tremont. 2 to 1 on number 6, King Spirit. El Bumby into stall 2. Oh, backs off. Rider has to hop off as well. Rev Parker. Forest Manager. King Spirit. Then after that, Dream Along With Me. Awaiting Trial and Palmisio. Dream Along With Me. Awaiting Trial, second last in the line. Palmisio to the outside. They're all on the gates, and they're off. It's Awaiting Trial, Dream Along With Me. These two blaze out for the front end. Deputy Tremont to the outside of El Bumby for third. Fifth place, King Spirit, but now advancing up into the fourth spot. Forest Manager into fifth. El Bumby dropping back in sixth. Palmisio's in seventh. 8.5 off the lead. The two back markers. Burning Money is to the inside of Rev Parker at the tail of the field. Dream Along With Me into the turn. Has the lead by a length. Awaiting Trial. Harassing outside second. Deputy Tremont 3 lengths off the pace in third. King Spirit the gray in fourth. 2 more lengths to Forest Manager in fifth. And a break of 5 lengths to Palmisio, who's 2 lengths in front of Burning Money. Second last, El Bumby. And Rev Parker is at the back of the pack as they turn into the stretch. Dream Along With Me has the lead. Deputy Tremont squeezing on through towards the inside. Awaiting Trial bumped with Dream Along With Me. King Spirit's on the outside, inheriting third. 1 furlong to go, and it's Deputy Tremont who scampers clear by 3 lengths over Awaiting Trial. Deputy Tremont give jockey Luis Perez 3 wins on the card. Awaiting Trial second. Burning Money rallies for third. Forest Manager fourth. Unofficial order of finish: number 3, Deputy Tremont first. Second, number 8, Awaiting Trial. Third, number 1, Burning Money. Fourth, number 5, Forest Manager. I'm told we got a little bit of a issue with the posting of the graphic for the order of finish, but you can still hear me. 3815. 3815. There they are. Five and a half furlongs and 107.36. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, Deputy Tremont. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old chestnut colt by Improbable out of Lucas Street. Joseph Bucci is the owner. William Bartlett, the trainer. And Luis Perez with a riding triple today. Bonchance Farm bred, Deputy Tremont. Been told from the stewards that the 6th race has been declared official. Might be a slight delay in the posting of the prices, but race 6 is official. Still awaiting prices for this 6th race. While we have a moment, I'll let everyone know, if they didn't, that we offer free Finger Lakes past performances online for every racing card at fingerlakes.com. Just click on the racing tab, then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today. There are the prices. $4.40 the winning mutual, daily double $10.20, exacta $27.20. 50-cent trifecta, $34.25. Dime super, $37. 50-cent pick 3, $11.50. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $32 even. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Put Michael Davila Jr. on number 2, Resistance Futile. Put Cabercoa on number 5, Not Today, Governor. Post time for race number 7 in about 18 minutes at 3:58 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. That was Deputy Tremont stayed in range and was able to get the victory in the 6th. We look at the 7th. Michael Davila will be aboard the 2 Resistance Feudal. This is an interesting race because you got some significant drop downs in this particular race. You got Resistance Feudal, 4 Eyes also dropping from an allowance race, and then you got Skylar's Artemis. All 3 of them, man, they're dropping from the sky. They dropping all the way from allowance to the bottom. So it makes it interesting. They're not. They all come off relatively bad last races, though. So that's the key to it. If you could find some reasons to like them, and it's just they're scary drops. And you got a couple of horses that have been running well in the condition. You got the 4 7th race Shake, couple seconds in a row. By this one, just got beat by the pace and a better horse last time, and then ran second the previous start. So, but the 4.5 might have got to him too, as was forced to send after the speed. 7th race Shake, though, if you look at him from in a sense that he's in good form, while these other ones, they're scary drops and they're not. So, can he hold his form and still be able to win against these horses that are coming from the allowance ranks? And that's the question mark here, because 4 Eyes has had decent form, broke his maiden for 10,000. Resistance Feudal, wasn't that long ago that horse broke his maiden. Skylar's Artemis just broke his maiden at Tampa in March, only had the 1 start against winners, and now he's dropping to the bottom. So what do you do with that horse? That's the interesting one, because he broke his maiden against some tough 10,000 maiden claimers. Off of that race, he could win this one. Fonted is the other one that stays at 5,000. Probably needed the last race and looked like a horse that needed a race. So should run better second start off of the layoff. This is a horse that was very competitive against the higher 11 and 9s. Wasn't so much against the allowance horses, but could be able to hold his own against some of these horses that are dropping the class in race number 7. So there's a few of them you can make a case for in the 7th. So a good race to spread out a little bit if you're playing pick 4s. Exactitry Super Daily Double and the pick 3 starts in race number 7. Remember, 9 race card today.
Horses coming on the track. 7th race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Go Get the Bag. Jeremias Flores, the jockey. Number 2, Resistance Futile. Jockey change Michael Davila Jr. Number 3, horse named Four Eyes and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, seventh race Shake and Andre Worry. Number 5, Not Today Governor, Caber Coa, the jockey change. Number 6, Vaunted with Stephen Frett. Number 7, Skylar's Artemis and Joel Cruz. And number 8, Sunset Drive, Christian Navarro in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 6 furlongs. 4 to 5 on number 4, 7th race Shake. 3 to 1, number 7, Skylar's Artemis. 7th race Shake going up. Not today, Governor. Vaunted, Skylar's Artemis, and 8 Sunset Drive. Eight Sunset Drive, circling behind the gate. Going up and in, ready for start. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive sends out for the front end. Not today, Governor. Vaunted is in between horses in the vanguard. And now it's Resistance Futile is at the fence as they sort themselves out. Resistance Futile, go get the bag towards the inside. Vaunted 3 wide in third. A couple lengths, Not Today, Governor. Fourth, the gray Skylar's Artemis in fifth. 7th race Shake towards the inside. 6th, 5 lengths off the lead. 8 Sunset Drive has been shuffled back to last as Four Eyes passes that one. Still 3 abreast as they go on to the turn. Resistance Futile, go get the bag, and Vaunted are first, second, and third. A length to Not Today, Governor, who's 4 wide on the turn. 7th race Shake towards the inside. 5th, being asked the question at this point in time and getting into the pit a little bit as it's Four Eyes who scrapes the paint towards the inside as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Go get the bag. Resistance Futile. 7th race Shake is 4 wide, and Four Eyes punches through at the fence. Four Eyes now striking the front. 7th race Shake, the favorites on the outside. Go get the bag, relegated back to third. 16th to go. It's Four Eyes. Four Eyes has the lead over 7th race Shake. Four Eyes got the trip. Four Eyes gets the victory. 7th race Shake second. Go get the bag third. Skylar's Artemis fourth. Three, 4, 1, 7. Number 3, Four Eyes first. Seventh race official. Four Eyes pays $12.40 to win. To the winner's circle. Four Eyes. New York bred, 5-year-old bay gelding by Frank Conversation out of Eye to Eye. Gumster Stable owns. Ralph Del Sandro is the trainer, and Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England, bred Four Eyes. Double $48.20, exacta $36.80, 50-cent try $46.62, dime superfecta $21.27. Did have a claim from the 7th race, number 4, 7th race Shake. New owner Scott Durgan, new trainer Luis Gutierrez. Number 4, 7th race Shake, claimed out of the 7th race. 8th race. Scratch part of the entry, the 1, CJ's Grand Slam. Part of the entry, number 1, CJ's Grand Slam, scratched out of the 8th race. 8th race post time in about 18 minutes at 4:27 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 8 is one of the drop downs in that race. Four Eyes getting the class relief, dropping to 5,000. And Barbara Emanuel Di Diego guided that one to victory for Ralph D'Alessandro as seventh race shake gets yet another second. Okay, last couple races of the day is the 8th race starts the last double, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta offered. It is a starter with an optional claiming tag of 8,000. We scratch part of entry, the one, CJ's Grand Slam. Looks like everybody's in for the starter condition. I look at a couple of them in here. Pretty competitive race. You know, Sutton Breeze, one to keep an eye on here as this horse shortens up after getting a little tired going 6 furlongs last time. Went quick early. Went 22, was quick for the day. And, ended up getting beat by a horse in here. Broken Hearted in good form right now as well. But Sutton Breeze had won a couple in a row right off of the break, going the shorter distance. So going back to 5.5 might help this horse's chances. He has performed well in the past on off tracks. Just that last race might have just went a little quick with that early first quarter going for the 6 furlong distance. The 1A, the remaining half of the entry, big price right now at odds of 8-1. This horse went last to first to win at this distance. All the late money showed on him that day, beating a conditional 5,000 claimer with his return from Tampa. Well, last time he got beat by a strong speed bias, and if I could say it right, Ola Thobel was able to shoot out there and take advantage of that strong speed bias, and none of the closers really made any kind of move. So maybe give Nutsy a better chance today if he gets some pace to chase up front. And again, you're going to get a little better value on him at 8-1 if he is able to fire against this field. I mentioned the 5, Ola Thobel, if I can say that correctly. I've gotten 3 different pronunciations today. And this one, really took advantage of the other speed not going and then able to shoot out there on a really quick speed favoring track. Now, he did finish up quick in 111 and change and got a good number for it. So this horse might just be coming around and be sharp enough right now. Is getting some play right now at odds of 5-1 off of the effort. But again, is it dressed up because of the way the track was playing, or is this horse that good? I guess we'll find out today as he'll get a little more tested against a better field. The 2 horse is Broken Hearted. Mentioned 2 beat Sutton's Breeze in that race, and he's been no worse than second in his 3 starts this year, and they were all on off tracks. Last race was able to come right up the inside and take advantage of a tiring speed on the slop, and that was after running second to Sutton Breeze the race before. So they've taken turns beating up on each other. So this could be the rubber match for the 2. But Broken Heart has got to be considered back in for the starter, especially considering he's run well in these races on and off track in this condition. Just another one to consider in a very competitive 8th race. I mean, Father Walsh just won for 7, and man, he just speed popped the field at odds of 20-1. Max Foster put up a big number and almost pulled off a big upset over Flowing River in the finale a couple weeks ago. And Peruvian Boy's coming off a decent effort, running third against the starters, first time against that tougher competition. So good race, actually a good race to play tries and supers because it's so competitive. We'll start the late double as well. Also Exacta wager. It's a starter, and you got about 4 minutes to poach. So again, scratch the 1. That's a part of entry, CJ's Grand Slam.
Horses walking onto the racetrack for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch part of the entry, number 1, CJ's Grand Slam. Remaining part of the entry leads the post parade, the 1A, Nutsy and Christian Navarro. Number 2 is Broken Hearted and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Gandhi Dancing and Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Father Walsh and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 5 is Ola Sabel, Jeremias Flores. Number 6, Sutton Breeze and John Barrios. Number 7, Max Foster, Kevin Navarro. And number 8 is Peruvian Boy, Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs. Starter optional claiming race, 9 to 5 on number 5, Ola Sabel. 5 to 2 on number 2, Broken Hearted. 5 to 2, number 6, Sutton Breeze. Father Walsh goes in. Ola Sabel. Looks like got a few left back there. Sutton Breeze, Max Foster, Peruvian Boy, and Nutsy. Peruvian Boy and Nutsy. They're all in the gate. And they're off half a step tardy, Broken Hearted. It's Father Walsh who blitzes out for the lead. Ola Sabel displaying speed. Sutton Breeze off the pace today in third, 3 off the lead. Broken Hearted plays catch up to the inside. Then it's Max Foster as Gandy Dancy splitting rivals, about 5.5 off the lead. Second last, Peruvian Boy is about a length in front of Nutsy, who trails the field. Onto the far turn, it's Father Walsh who has lead over Ola Sabel. Sutton Breeze with a rush on the outside in third. Now up into second. Sutton Breeze puts Ola Sabel back to third. Fourth place, Broken Hearted. 2 more lengths to Gandy Dancy. Max Foster wide. Peruvian Boy is towards the inside, 8 off the lead. And Nutsy trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and you still got to catch Father Walsh. Father Walsh comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half. Sutton Breeze is in second. Ola Sabel stand side. Broken Hearted at the fence. 1 furlong to go. It's Father Walsh on top by about a length over Sutton Breeze and Ola Sabel. Broken Hearted up the inside. Deep stretch. Father Walsh. Father Walsh close to home. Father Walsh. Ola Sabel. Father Walsh holds over Ola Sabel. That was Sutton Breeze and Broken Hearted. Photo finish for the win. Number 4, Father Walsh holds on over number 5, Ola Sabel. Third, number 6, Sutton Breeze. Fourth, number 2, Broken Hearted. 5.5 furlongs, 105.41. Eighth race official, Father Walsh pays $26 to win. Father Walsh back to the winner's circle. Career win number 9 for this New York bred. 6-year-old big gelding by Twirling Candy out of She's Stone's Sis. Michael Sabine, owner trainer. And Rafael Rohina Jr., the winning jockey. Ronnie Valente, bred Father Walsh. Daily double. Get you back $190. Dime Super, $23, 2 pennies. Exacta, $68. 50-cent trifecta, $53.12. Ninth and final, put Jose Ventura on number 1, Central Love. Post time for the ninth and final, about 20 minutes at 4:56 p.m.
All right, ready for the last race on today's card. How sharp is that horse? Father Walsh at a big price again. Follows up the victory against the 11 and 9s and was able to speed pop that field at a big price. Michael Sabine has that one sharp, and so does Raf Rohina. I think it's two wins that the two of them have teamed up, are the only 2 wins this year, but Father Walsh is really good right now, able to beat a really tough field on the front end. Okay, let's look at the last. It is a 5,000 claimers, non-winners of a race since a date, or never won 4 races, and a pretty open group here. I guess you could narrow it down to a few of them. One of them would be 8th Buston Pietre. When you consider this horse came off the layoff last time and was very compromised by the start. Broke in the air, as it says in the comment line, and still overcame it to run 3rd against Emerald Forest, a horse that came back to win against Tougher. That one stepped up in class out of that $5,000 race and won against the 11 and 9s just the other day. So that makes Buston Pietre look that much better. Off of that race, 5-2 seems like it's awfully a good price for him, but and plus he's got 4 wins on and off track. If he gets out of the gate better today, second start off the layoff, there's a lot to like with Buston Pietre. Heads or Tails is the 9 horse. He ran off of the layoff last time. Maybe not as good a race as Buston Pietre did because he didn't have to overcome as much as he did, but he still ran a good second and just missed as Peruvian Boy just out-rallied him down the stretch going 5 furlongs. But again, he could improve off of that race, and he does have a little bit of back class as well. He would be no surprise. He's at 5-2. Beach Boy Al is the other one that's getting some action here. You have to forgive the first start off the layoff, as may have needed that race, was in for the waiver claim, is again. But you look at last year's form, this horse has faced Tougher in the past and has run well against Tougher in the past. So he's going to be a strong player in today's last race as well. So that's some of the contenders. This was a rare Thursday card that we ran. Hope you enjoyed it. We go back to our normal schedule after this. Our next live racing day will be Monday. We're back to a 1 o'clock first post.
Horses coming on the track for the 9th and final from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Central Love. And a jockey change to Jose Ventura. Number 2 is Beach Boy Al. And the Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Number 3, American Gentleman and Joel Cruz. Number 4, Mortgage Rate, Christian Navarro. Number 5, Smokin' Alone and Hemon Harkey. Number 6, Hot Rod Lincoln, John Barrios. Number 7, Bay Bank, Caber Koa. Go to the 9, Heads or Tails, and Andre Worry. Already breaking off the post parade. Number 8, Buston Pietre is on the turn. with Jeremias Flores aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Horses at the gate for the ninth and final. Got a field of 9 to go 5.5 furlongs. 9 to 5 on number 9, Heads or Tails. 5 to 2 on number 8, Bustin' Pietre. Beach Boy Al going up. American Gentleman will be next. Smoking Alone. Bay Bank. Heads or Tails to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Bustin' Pietre accelerates out for the front end, smoking a low, flashing early speed. Heads or Tails improving the outside up into second. Fourth place is Bay Bank. Now it's American Gentleman who has to put on the brakes in fifth, losing a couple lengths. Might have bumped there with Mortgage Rate. And then it is Hot Rod Lincoln in third last. 2 more lengths to Central Love, is 2 lengths in front of Beach Boy Al, is at the tail of the field. Onto the turn, it's Bustin' Pietre, Heads or Tails who are first and second. Smoking Alone, nudged upon in third. Then 2 lengths to Bay Bank and 4 to the outside of American Gentleman. 2 lengths to Hot Rod Lincoln, is to the outside of Mortgage Rate. Second last is Beach Boy Al. Central Love saves all the ground near the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Bustin' Pietre who's the one to catch. Heads or Tails is on the outside in second. Bay Bank is on the grandstand side. Smoking Alone is at the fence, and it's American Gentleman in the white blinkers. 1 furlong to go, and Bustin' Pietre's not slowing down. Bustin' Pietre strides away by 8 lengths. The battle for second, Bay Bank and Smoking Alone. Your winner, Bustin' Pietre. Smoking Alone holds second over Bay Bank. Then it was Heads or Tails fourth. Eight, 5, 7, 9. Number 8, Bustin' Pietre first. Ninth race official, Bustin Pietre pays $5 to win. Bustin Pietre, New York bred, 9th career win. 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin Stones out of Amulé. Roddy Valente, owner, breeder. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for trainer Paul Barrow. Exacta 82.50, double 77.50, 50-cent try $109.12. Dime super 102.20. Pick 3 $91.75. Pick 4 $258.50. Pick 5 5 of 5 $562 even. Ninth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a special Thursday card of racing. Next live racing date will be Monday. First post 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer Bill Downs signing off. Have a tremendous evening.